What's up, y'all? Whew, just made it in time. Just got my, what's this thing called? Beer, that's right. And today we are starting with an oaked and smoked coronet. It's, I haven't tasted this one yet. So normally coronet is just oaked, but they added the smoked tastes. Should be very subtle, but curious. Just curious. And aside from the label just being more silvery colored, and the obvious smoked text at the bottom, there's not much difference to the bottle. That makes perfect sense, I think. Oh man. Right, the reason why I'm a little bit late in showing up, because it's, what time is it now? Oof, 20 past, is because y'all made me write what's it called, a book list to my Twitch description, and well, it's there now, so yeah, go and read all of those books immediately, please. Thank you very much. But yeah, it's quite an exhaustive list, and I did not expect it to be this complete, in fact, or these many books. Yeah. Oh, maybe I should also announce on, because I forgot to do that still. Let's spam Twitter, etc. Maybe also my Discord. There's now a Discord. Let's see. .tv and then my too long URL. Still 0 regrets. And then let's spam Discord as well. Where the hell did I add that? Ah, here. Yeah, I was gonna show the description, but I don't actually know how to do that. Because I'm already muted. Nice. But somewhere at the bottom here, voila. Becoming a better developer, rule number 1. And then there's like a gigantic book list now, so yeah, have fun with that. There's no real order to it. It's really just the books that came to me, and then some organization in some categories, maybe, if you're looking for some tips on how to do better design and architecture, or how to do analysis, requirements gathering, how to work with other people. That is oft to happen. Yeah. Coding, obviously. There's only one book in there. It's the only reason for that is because I haven't read The Pragmatic Programmer, and yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to ever, but maybe that could also be a book I would recommend if I would have read it. But yeah, so have a look at those books. Tell me which one you like and which one you don't. And then the other thing I also started doing is, because last time we didn't really have like a nice diagram to show how all of the components interact with each other, and I decided to do that. Let me have a sip actually. Yeah, this thing has been sitting here. God damn. Holy shit. Timmy likes this. Holy shit. Holy shit. I cannot recommend this beer more. Oh my god. So if you like smoky things and you like oaked things, you will love Coronet Smoked and Oaked. Jesus Christ. They say it's subtle, but it's really like you can taste it immediately. Huh? Fucking hell. It's got that Lagavulin vibe going. Yeah, so what I try to do is make my component diagram look more like a hexagonal architecture. We only have one connector, so let's make it a little bit more obvious, shall we? So in reality, both of these databases are in fact running in a single instance. Am I lying? I think I might be lying. Yes, I'm lying. In fact, they are two different instances. So we need two different connectors, let's say. And then we do have a leaderboard domain and a core domain, but I don't really remember which thing accesses what, because I think event sourcing is like a driving adapter. In fact, I'm not really sure anymore now. Yeah, in fact, it is a driving adapter. It should not be a driven adapter. So I think we're using this one as well to just propagate down there. I could be lying, so let's check. We've got the RDBMS thing, which has, yeah, see. So the split isn't really that obvious, in fact, but this is sort of how I wanted to represent that. So this actually should be a card on top, because it's driving. No. So it's in fact the exact same RDBMS adapter. Maybe I should represent it like that as well then. Redrawing these arrows is quite annoying. I mean, once you do it, it should be okay. Voila, and then it can be blue like this one. Oh, which blue is it? This one? No, that one apparently. Okay. Then I shall just do it like that, because I'm too lazy into figuring out which exact color it is. So let's do it like this. Connects to that thing. And then also should be annotated with depends on. And let's write it like that. Maybe make it a bit smaller. Voila. Same arrow going from here to here. Oh, incorrect. We're going to do it like this. I'm wondering if I'm lying now. So this is what it should look like. Let's see if that's indeed the case. Let's go to the RDBMS build.gradle file. Ah, voila. Core API, leaderboards API. Exactly what's happening there on screen. Nice, eh? Hey. Okay, then what? Yeah, I ordered this as an event sourcing error, but there's nothing that is coming in here yet. And the reason for that is because I'm an idiot. Yeah. So it depends on the leaderboards API. We've done that here. But there's something else that should depend on the event sourcing adapter. I'm not even sure if that's the case. This is also incorrect because it's not going to that event store database. It's just this thing that goes there. So in fact, we might. Ah, yeah. This should not be a driving adapter. It should also be at the bottom here. The reason for that being is that we are rehydrating, it's called, the leaderboard domain from the event sourcing database. So it should be like this. And then it triggers itself. We can, I don't know what's going on here. Yeah. It triggers itself, so the domain, I mean the leaderboard domain triggers itself by going to this event sourcing adapter and figuring out which events are there. And then now there should be some communication in between, which I have not listed yet, because there's like a, what's that thing called again? Or where does it even live? It just communicates via domain events. I'm not sure. There's just something that inserts those things. Let's close a bunch of stuff. Jesus. Ah, voila. Let's do. God, I don't remember. Broadcaster? Is that something? A broadcast event that's all in an infrastructure. So there should be. Ah, voila. Here. Broadcast events. We've got the broadcast event store, and then there are domain events that are being thrown by where does this thing come from? In core domain. So core domain is basically communicating via to leaderboard domain by using an infrastructure thing that inserts stuff in here, basically. How am I going to do that? How will I communicate that in a diagram? There should be something like infra something. Yeah, and I mean, this here mainly is used by the UI and the domain here, so maybe I'm going to switch these like that. Voila. Maybe I should have kept it that way, because if I do that, then I can just put this thing here outside of the box and have this, yeah, communicate with this thing. And it's the REST API that also connects with that thing, like this. We've got a better overview for that elsewhere, but yeah, this is sort of how we do. I'm missing depends on here. And then finally something, let's do just like this. An infrastructure component which really eventing is just eventing infrastructure. I think we can get rid of this one because it's not necessarily used by everything. So we've got a little bit of a legend here. Absolute fucking legend. That's right. But this legend here is not as close as I wanted it to be to the main picture, yes. And the way this is used is this basically. We should have made it into an adapter, I think. Because what it will do is it will read or react to these domain events that are being thrown here, and is actually putting them in here. All right. right. Now let's see if I wasn't lying. So that relation should also be depends on eventing infrastructure. We don't actually have a component called that, but we do have an infra component. Ooh, I was lying. I'm such a bad guy. Yeah. So these domain events, they are there, but it's like a more generic thing, I guess. Domain events. And this publisher is just Spring application events. Oh damn, I completely forgot how this works. Should have done this earlier when I was working on it, in fact. This is also a little bit fishy, because this sounds or smells like domain. God damn, that's so good. So tasty. Ah, wait, actually, broadcast events, these reside in Leaderboards API. So that sort of makes sense. That's this connection here. And then broadcast, no, these events, which also are sort of domain, they are living in the EventSourcing API. So that's really part of this stuff. No, don't think that's quite accurate. It's in leaderboards. Yeah, because leaderboards is interested in these things. So we translate them, I think. And keep, maybe we can see this is a broadcast events thing, which lives in Leaderboards API. So over here, and that then is implemented by this stuff. So when you keep a broadcast event, and that happens when, let's see. Searching for usages. Allee, hier. In this mapper, which lives in leaderboards itself. Yeah, so there is communication happening between this domain and this domain via eventing infrastructure, I would say. So this is the incorrect thing. So this really is Spring application events. Let's just call it that. It's fine. And this is like a small infrastructure part that's being used to actually it should come from there, in fact. And then I'll annotate that saying used to communicate between contexts. Fits exactly on one thing. Voila, that's a bit better, I would say. So all of the rest of the infrastructure can be used by anything, which is currently actually only DDD, CQRS. There's no audit logging, there's no security yet, in fact. And eventing has a specific use case. Nice, this is much better. All right, cool. Then maybe it's also worthwhile going over what we did last time. Maybe here, one last final thing. Keycloak local. But epic. I don't know what, and the epic oath, or I don't know, eventually. Voila. Okay. So last time, what did we do last time? We touched a bunch of classes. We actually made the scenario tests working again. That's what we did last time. And then just to give an overview of how security stuff works now is we wanted to build in security. Maybe I can show that as well a little bit better. Yeah, over here. There we go. Authentication flow. So in order to have a person visit the website, clicking on a register button, being redirected to, I don't know, Keycloak in our case, logging in, and then upon successful authentication, we will receive a JSON Web Token confirming that they are who they say that they are, basically. And then we just check, do we already know this combination in our own system as a player, as a registered player? If we do, well then nothing's fucked. Let's just redirect them to go back home. But if we don't know them yet, they should be presented with a form where they can fill in their nickname. Once they click on register, then a registered player command is fired, resulting in a player registered event, and then the rest of the processing happens, basically. And the way we do that, or we've set it up, is we exchange a JWT token for a cookie that contains that JWT token, so that we can just have our browser send that thing along all the time in consecutive API calls. So how does that work? Again, it's the same process. Somebody just opens ScrambledEgg in their browser. It goes to the UI server, which is in our case the same thing. They'll be served with an index. So that's number 2. Then 3 and 4 is basically redirecting to Keycloak when they click on the register button. So when they click on this button here, then they should get redirected to Keycloak. Voila. If they haven't, or if they don't have an account yet, normally you should be able to create an account here, but that's up to the authorization server. But in this case, we already have one. And I think we've got FZ with shit, then I don't remember. Mr. Rat Pass or something. Password. Oh Christ, I don't remember. Anyway, they will log in. Maybe I should actually check. So if we go to localhost, just do the Keycloak and we log in as an admin, then we will be able to log in as Bruce, who still loves bats, and figure out who is a registered user here. Let's see, users, view all users. Oh shit, we did have a, oh, it maybe, so let's do Mr. Rat, and I think they have credentials such as password. Voila. Don't try this at home. Now we can log in as Mr. Rat with password. Voila. Welcome, Mr. Rat. We don't know you apparently, so here we can enter their nickname, Rat Bastard or something, I don't know. And they click on join. You are now registered. Hooray! And then some redirect should happen back to here, at which point they should appear in this leaderboard at some point. So that's the flow, and I was in which step here? So they log in, they do please log in, then after successful authentication, they were redirected back to our UI along with a JWT token. This JWT token then immediately gets passed to the backend to /API/sessions with the JWT in the auth header. So that's like authorization, bearer, and then the JWT token. The backend will then verify the JWT so that it's signed correctly. And then we extract the ISS and sub from that. Then we just immediately return that with the set cookie header, which will allow the browser to set this JWT on the cookie. And I think we can see that here as well now. So there should be cookies crumble, and this is the JWT. Voila, that you cannot change because it's set to read only. Nice. And that is gonna hopefully provide us with some security, yeah? And then eventually you just keep on calling the backend with that JWT on the cookie, and then our backend can, how do you say that, extract the JWT out of the cookie and then verify you're a logged in person, but eventually should be able to determine your role as well. So role management, or these authorization role specific things, are gonna belong to our ScrambledEggs application. Okay, so that's how the flow works. And the way I implemented that stuff is by, let's go to web. Web is gonna contain a security. Dang it, thought I knew where it was. Security config, which is a way to tell Spring how it should protect its API or other endpoints. So we have the enable web security thing, which triggers a bunch of stuff. This I will explain in a second. Then we're using the HTTP security Kotlin extensions so that we got a nice DSL to declare what should be done. What do we want to do? We want to authorize all of the requests directed towards /API, and you need to be authenticated to do that. Other requests, you can be anonymous. So anything other than that, like what's it called, like /docs or whatever, you can be anonymous. You can just see all of the information there. Then we're also saying, also please set this thing up to be an OAuth2 resource server. So that's a lingo of OIDC, or like OAuth2, in fact, that protocol. So a resource server is something that's protected or can be protected by an authorization server. So in our case, this entire box here is in fact a resource server, but more specifically, we're protecting this. Also, the UI is also served from the same point, so that's why it was really handy to just protect /API and have all of the requests to the web page, basically to the Elm page, be not blocked by adding anonymous here. So then we are telling our OAuth2 resource servers to use JWT verification, or to work with JWTs for authentication, in fact. And then we can modify that somewhat by saying how to get your bearer tokens out of the request, basically. And for this, we used a cookie bearer token resolver. And this is really just a function that takes in a request, then checks, get me all of the cookies, and then find the first cookie that corresponds to the crumble JWT cookie name. If you have that, then just return the value from that cookie. And then here's the stuff we do if you don't. Then we say, well, just use the default bearer token resolver. It's in fact the thing that would be there if we didn't actually set this. So if you leave this line out, just like that, this default bearer token resolver class would be used to resolve cookies, which in fact is going to look for the authorization header to check if there's a JWT cookie on there. So that's cool that we can just use that. Yeah, and there you go. So really, basically this says prefer using the JWT on the cookie if there is one. If there's not, well then just use the authorization header. So that's how we secure our app or our REST API, and that's basically it. It's crazy small, but it took me a hell of a long time to find out that that's how you're supposed to do it. I don't think we need to have this class open anymore. Yeah. Ah, no, I'm incorrect because we extended, in fact. Right. Okay. Don't really remember why that is, in fact. It's not like we're using super or anything to do that. So we can make that into using this, I think. Watch me break all of the things now. So really what we want to do here is, in the case of our cookie bearer token resolver for tests, we want to use a different fallback algorithm. So if there's no JWT token on the cookie, we just want to say get a token out of the authorization header without doing a lot of other stuff. So in here there's a bunch of other stuff like doing JWT verification by checking which the ISS was, then going to that ISS well-known configuration to get the encryption keys, then decrypt the token with those keys, and then actually verify it properly. Here we are just saying whatever, we just trust this JWT cookie, and we'll strip the bearer header from that string, and then that's it. You just get that JWT token. You just trust it. So it's important that we only use this for test, which is why it's called for test. And the place where it's used is, okay, go back to the security config. There's a second security config for the scenario tests. That's what we did last week, where we basically say the exact same thing as up top here. So there's a bit of duplication there. But we really want to use the cookie bearer token resolver for tests. And then when decoding the JWT token has come to order, really just use this. So as a string, decode it as a JWT, and then you're gold. You're golden. Really, and that's just it, in fact. And the way that some special stuff I had to do last time was as well, if you go to the registration scenario, we are wiping the database for reasons, but that the first thing that we do is we want to exchange a cookie where we just set some information on the JWT token, and the rest we'll just fill in with randomly generated values. But the first thing we want to do is exchange the cookie, or exchange this JWT for a cookie, basically. And the thing that we'll do is we'll do a get call to /API/session with our dummy JWT token in the bearer header, or in the authorization header. This basically says when it fails, allow it to fail, or don't do anything, I think. Then we can just continue on. And in this first step where we register a player, we don't need to do anything anymore. Like, you don't see us passing along a cookie or anything. And the reason why that is because we're using the same client that was that we exchanged the job token for a cookie on. And if you, because this thing is an HTTP client from Ktor, which is just an HTTP client, but also HTTP server, when you use this thing and you add the cookies feature, that's basically it. You don't even need this. But when you do that, it will keep cookies that are being set to your client and will send those things along on subsequent API calls. Or HTTP calls in the case of this thing here. Neat, eh? The timeout, I don't remember why that... Ah, yeah, I think I remember now. We increased this because when we were debugging, it was a pain in the ass to keep on debugging or going to the next thing because it kept on being timed out. So that's why we added that. And then logging we added so that we get extra logging from our HTTP client. And really that's it. That's all we had to do. That's all we had to do. And we only spent, I don't know, like 6 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4 maybe. So that's 18 hours we had to spend to set up security and have it working with security tests or scenario tests. Sure. So yeah, quite painful, but explained in, I don't know, 15 minutes? Yeah. Okay, so these printlns we don't need anymore, even though it's fun. It's fun to show the cookies. Okay, so I think what we did here was some cleanup. Our API is running, but I want to run my scenario again because we did some changes at least. So let's run all of these tests. So these tests are just connecting to the actual API using an independent HTTP client, the Ktor client that I just showed you. But before it does that, it's starting up our application as a Spring Boot server, which is connected to an actual database. And it uses these properties here. So it's going to this actual database. It's called Postgres Events DB. Okay. We can use that name in our schema or diagrams. And the other thing I noticed last time was I wanted to show how the domain works by showing running or working domain tests. But in fact, we don't have those anymore since I replaced them with this registration scenario thing. But you can see how long it takes to run. So that's not really ideal, let's say. Voila. But it is working. So all of the changes that we have done now. Okay, and I'm going to get rid of this goddamn thing. Because then I've just got the dialogue again. Oh, yeah. Some cleanup here. Ah, yeah. Wait, actually, so we did run those tests so that I can remove the open modifier from this class. And now it should still compile. Voila. Okay. So what we did here was some cleanup. I don't really remember what icon to use for that. Was it lipstick? I think so, huh? Some cleanup. And we push. Voila. And now let's see what, oh yeah, I copied something. It was this thing here. Okie dokie. Somewhere on this page, we also have the things that we were This is really not the first thing I want to do next. So let's see. What? Verify JSub plus ISS matches with a known registered player. New endpoint. Why do I need that? I think we already did that, no? Why would I need this? God damn, it's the first thing. Yeah, this I really don't care about right now. So maybe that can become like an actual ticket in here somewhere. This might this we might do. Okay, let's just add a new ticket. Voila. Goh. I think this one we won't do anymore, and the reason for that is I wanted that so I could more easily test my domain events, because now I was waiting for a delay to happen in order for that policy to rehydrate a leaderboard table based on events that happened in the core domain API. But I fixed it by providing an endpoint that you can manually trigger the rehydration with, so we'll get rid of that. Yeah, don't know what this is. We should just wipe the cookie, I guess, to do logout. I don't know. Okay, then let's figure out why I wrote this, because I really don't remember. So, is there some controller? Let's look at all of the controllers. So controllers are REST API endpoints, or handlers for those, basically. Would it be a session or would it be a player? Why? Info? Returns a list. It's ringing a bell. It's ringing a bell. Where do we use this endpoint? In Elm somewhere? So, oh. In main.elm, yeah. Perform registered player info. What happens when we find that player? Yeah, we do got fetched a registered player info. If it's an error, don't do anything. Yeah, do route to register, otherwise route to home. So this is really saying I couldn't find any player with that combination. So we actually already have that. Haha, success. Oop, I just forgot to mark it as thingamajig. Then randomly generate the nonce instead of a dummy one. Don't feel like doing that at all. Let's postpone this. Okay, then maybe I can tag these security improvement. Let's give it a gray color because it's boring AF. Bam. Okay, then the last thing we need to do is do some refactoring in the security context holder. Let's close the parentheses there. Yeah. So I guess it's not necessarily in this thing, but the way it's used, because if we look at all the places where that is done, it's basically being done just like that. And we say to external account ref. So we did in fact, maybe we actually already did that refactoring. So really what we're doing is we're extracting the issuer and the subject out of the existing token, which is always a token now, which is super nice. And we just create a new external account ref from that thing. And it lives in the REST API extensions and is marked as internal, so you can't use it elsewhere. Looks great. And then what? Yeah, maybe let's find where this thing is used elsewhere. Maybe not locally, but like actually elsewhere. And I don't necessarily want imports, I guess. So maybe just wherever we use it. Okay, here this looks a bit wonky. Ooh, maybe make this more explicit with types at least. Why would I want that? I've got a type right here. So this is not a nullable thing. Yeah, voila, it's always a string. We've got a JWT token, or authentication token here. Maybe we could put JWT as string on there or something, and then just move that to the security to this context thing. Why is that really? It's only used here, so maybe. Yeah, let's replace that with just a method, private method. And then we just inline. Nice. Right, this is, yeah, whatever. Don't care. I really don't care. It's the lifetime of a cookie. I guess if we set the cookie lower, then it doesn't even matter if this lives for 6 seconds. I don't think. No, wait, actually it does, because we translate the JWT lifetime into the cookie's lifetime, and from that, the moment it's just a JWT token or a cookie on the JWT, no, a JWT on the cookie. Oh god, at that point in time, so when the JWT token is a cookie, then we are trusting the cookie more than we are trusting the JWT, because we no longer do any actual verification or lifetime stuff. So we should align this with time to live. So maybe let's make yet another ticket from this thing. This, in fact, is donezo. And guess what? We can finally move that. Up. Align cookie max lifetime. I don't remember what it was called. Max age. It's fine. Also add security tag. And then I've only been working half a year on this, I think, huh? I mean, not in actual working hours, but how do you say that? Like regular work, like regular days that have passed. Oh, what's up? What's up, Dito? Yes, Ça va avec moi et avec toi. Oh my god, we finished a ticket. This requires celebration. I'm drinking a really nice beer, so everything is great. Yum 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 yum. It's this one. Cornet beer, and it's the oaked and smoked version. It's really good. Yum yum. And really, this is not the next thing I want to do. It's so boring. Fix running flyway. No. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do this either. Let's even add that as a security improvement token, which is going to become an alias for things we're really not going to do ever. But can an unregistered user register as our player now? I think they can. I think they can. Hallelujah. Oh my god. We can actually start working on this thing now? Can you believe it? Challenging players. Because the idea is if we run through the complete top line, then we've got like a fully working thing. Oh my god. All the rest is like secondary stuff. Oh my god. Okay, let's what is this thing? All right. Challenges for 1v1 modes must always specify the participating players. Right, so I think initially let's just do dual setups. With the point system. Okay, let's do this, huh? A registered player can challenge another registered player. Oh my god. Let's immediately put it into progress. Because, yeah. There's that. Okay. How do we... So the reason why I didn't use this is because if you look at that, it doesn't contrast very well. It doesn't really align. Comment aimes-tu la nouvelle maison? C'est est-ce que c'est une planche Kanban? Ah oui, c'est une planche Kanban. Mais je pense que c'est un Kanban board. C'est pas comme on s'en dit en vrai français. Je sais pas. Mais comment aimes-tu la nouvelle maison? J'aime bien. Mais on doit... fuck my life. Paint? How do you say paint? Allez. I can't believe... Au mâle. But in French it would be peinturer, ah, bien sûr. On doit peinturer les pintura. On doit peinturer I can't even remember the word for wall. Les murs. L'intérieur. Et les 2 semaines prochaines, nous sommes en vacances et nous avons beaucoup de temps pour faire ça. Alors, oui, je sais, hein, on a des vacances, mais on doit travailler. Did they? Shit, it's too bad because voila. If you zoom in well enough or far enough, then it just becomes legible. Cool. Yeah, maybe let's try it like this time. So we only have a bunch of these. I don't know what they are just yet. So when you say où est-ce qu'ils voyagent, it's them. Where are they going or traveling? Où est-ce que vous voyagerez? I would think as well. Ah ja, voyage-vous. Voilà. Voyagez-vous then. On reste en Belgique. On reste dans la maison pour travailler, pour peinturer les murs intérieurs. Yeah, it's nice. This is so fun. You know, the coolest thing is I'm picturing you saying it. I love it. Oh. What should they be able to do? We need an endpoint. We need a UI. Oh shit! To find another player to challenge. Endpoint to find another player. I guess this really needs its own ticket, huh? Command plus event. I don't think there's a lot to test other than this, I think. And then what? Then they need UI form to challenge the selected player. And then we also need an endpoint to actually challenge the selected player. And then it's the same commands and events. And then I think that's about it. I think the rest we will see. Well, so do we want to split this up? I think so. It's clearly two different things. So let's copy or cut these out of there. Maybe what we should do still is have a scenario test for that. Add. Maybe we can just create a scenario test to register another player or to challenge another registered player. And we could do that as a beginning and from there drive our API and the rest of the code. So we should not put that in a whip. Can I not add one up top? Well, this is really about the challenge itself, and here a registered player can select another registered player to challenge. And then we'll first do this. Nice. By the way, I've added a bunch of books on my Twitch page, and I was wondering if you can find a way to improve the way that it looks, or does it speak to you or not. Let's say you're a new developer or something, and you've stumbled upon my stream, and you're gonna ask the question, hey, I'm this and this person, what do you recommend, which books I read to become a better developer? Like, where would you look for that information on my stream? Fuck, it's so good. Smoked beer. Who knew? Who knew that it was so good? Oh, by the way, let's do this next. Okay, let's work on that. A registered player can select another registered player to challenge. Alright, this was just a small refactor, I think. There we go. Okay, so the thing we said was to write a new scenario, so let's go to the scenario. Oh, this is called registration scenario. That's not what I want. All right, so we've got a challenging scenario. Guess we can reuse a lot of stuff, but the idea is that the stuff that we are actually going to reuse is hidden away in these register things. So now we really need to exchange a cookie, but first let's describe what we want to do. So a registered player finds another player to challenge. Wait, this is okay. I'm gonna go back to, where did I put that? I think it's in Figma. It should also be somewhere here in the like the complete flow or something. Here, full flow. So you do registration, and then there's nothing like find player to challenge or something. You just get it offered. I don't know. Oh yeah, and then you can also accept that challenge. But I guess that's like a next story or something on the list. Oh, it doesn't even exist. I guess we'll keep that into this bigger story as well then. Okay. A registered player can select, a registered player can challenge, and then there should be a challenged player can accept a challenge. Voila. We don't know the details about that yet. So the way that I was going to do a player selection or who to challenge was really more around, for example, I think we can already see that here, in fact. So here is already like a good way what the Fubane links is going on. Unauthorized, eh? I guess my time expired, so that's kind of weird. Yeah. So if your token is illegal, wait, then how do I? Let's do application. So this is like a new thing for me. Get rid of this cookie. Clear. Now let's refresh. I guess then that /API/leaderboard shouldn't really be an authorized call then, because anyone can do that, or should be able to do that. Okay, I guess we need to exclude that thing then. Do we use any of that information in the which leaderboard controller? Yeah. See, we don't use any anything here. Okay, so this one we need to protect somehow. But let's worry about that later. Okay, but so maybe that can be a thing, is to unblock that. We really should fix at some point. Unprotect, I don't know. It should be public, anonymously accessible. And voila, get rid of that. Okay. So what I was wanting to show is if you log in using Mr. Rat, I think, password. Yeah. Hey, this is not cool. I thought we already had a Mr. Rat in there, no? Rat bastard. Ah, yeah, no, okay, now I understand why. We ran the registration tests, which also run against the exact same database that our local development environment is running against. So this is why. This is why we had no one in the leaderboard, basically. Okay, anywho. We are in the challenging scenario. So a registered player finds another player to challenge and challenges them. I don't know. So we do exchange cookie. That's good. First let's register 2 players. So maybe we want to say player nickname. So really what we want to do is register player step with player nickname. Yeah, which should be in a run blocking thing. Voila. Then we just say expect success, which is gonna return a player ID. And then what? No, actually we need to first exchange a cookie with this .info for scallop. Then we need to register scallop. Then we need to register Cordusk, for example. Other player. No, wait, Cordusk is not on the stream. RGM3. Monsieur RGM. Other jot info. Lassin will exchange a cookie again. So now I don't know how this is gonna work, in fact. And we want to register RGM and expect success. Then, when that has happened, I think I should again log in as Scallop. Okay, then I want to say fetch player step, but not with, oh fucking hell. I need to find RGM. What does it actually do? I don't think I need that, even need that. I just want the player ID. Okay, so let's do scallop player ID or something equals. And then these can be vars, I don't know. What's that thing? It's a string? Don't know. Is it? It's not. It's a player ID. Nice. And we also have RGM player ID. Okay, and we need to assign that to this thing. Voila. Then what? We are supposed to be logged in as Scallop. We do not need to register. We should look for RGM3 player ID, which then returns player to challenge. I don't want to assert anything on that. I don't want to fetch all of the players. There's no assertion going on there. I don't want to yet check the event stream, but so the next thing I should do now, so I can already fetch a player, in fact, I guess, because we can do fetch player. Then the next thing I need to do is challenge player for a duel. Step. So we've got a player to challenge, and who is challenging, or where do we get that information from? Is it, do we just get it out of the jot info, or do we pass it along? Like, do we do this? Scallop player ID. By the way, this can just be this, in fact. I guess you don't even need to get that information. God, this beer is ridiculous. Good thing I've got more in the fridge. We don't need another test. We do need a wipe database somehow. So I guess this should become like an extension or something that we can call and do like before each. And, but we're not there yet, huh? Okay, then what? Is this it, really? That's it, maybe? Challenge player step. So if we go to the register player step, it's in the registration steps. I think I don't want that to be called registration steps, but challenging steps. So that it's clear that these all have to do with challenging stuff. Exchange cookie actually doesn't or shouldn't belong in registration. And here I want challenge player step, I think. That's how I created it as challenge player step. Yes. And all of the rest we can get rid of. Alas, no. And then we need to come up with a way to challenge. So let's call that challenge, I guess. And then we want to add some kind of a JSON that says challenge. Wait, didn't we already? I think I vaguely remember we have that thing already. Challenge controller. Oh my god, we already have this. Why do we already have this? This is crazy. It was never tested. So we require both an initiator and an opponent. And it takes two UUIDs. I guess what we're trying to say here is that these are player IDs. What's your problem? Oh, voilà. Player ID resides in domain core. Yeah, voilà. Good, huh? So I really don't know how we already have this. We already have a challenge player request or command. Ah, I think I know. Wait, do I? I think I needed this when I what was it? When I needed array. Seems a bit odd. I don't think it's completed yet. For sure it's not completed yet. So challenge request, but maybe let's call it like that then. Challenge request. Okay. And then we need an initiator, which is let's see, we need to pass, so initiator and opponent. And both of these will become parameters. Jong. And this one too. I'm not sure if it was challenge. It sure was. It's a post, and here it is a post. Nice. Looks good. We do not expect a response header location though. We expect something of an ID or something, I think. So from this response, yeah, it just says response, HTTP response. So maybe what we can do is as API result, maybe. And it's not a player. What the fuck? Oh, that's a bit weird, huh? Why is it on any? Why is it not on a? Oh, so if it's an error, then we want the response to be added. Seems mighty strange, huh? Don't understand my own code anymore. Nice. So I guess we want to do this. But then we also want to fetch something out of... Oh, no. How do we do that here? Yeah, we take something out of a response, in fact, and then do some processing on that, and then say as API result. So I guess that's how we, how do you say that? How we force an API result to come out of that thing. But so what we should do here is should be like the challenge ID or something, huh? And then challenge ID can be a UUID, but probably a challenge ID then at some point. Is it just get maybe? Nee, value. Because I know if you do post and you add something specific here, like what's the thing that exists? Player ID, for example, and response all of a sudden will be a player ID as well. Yeah. So there's a reified generics thing going on there. But when you have a regular HTTP response, there should also be a way to extract some content out of there. Read bytes maybe. Let's see what happens if we... Here is T, they do the request and they say apply. I guess it's this thing then. That's actually going to return it. Receive. Okay. So when it's an HTTP response, they cast it as D and they execute it. Here they get the and then they just so receive, and we do that on the what? HTTP statement. Yeah, maybe there's a receive then, I guess. Voilà. And because we typed it with UUID, it's going to be assigned a UUID, but so I'd rather do it like this. So then we can, how do you say that? Just extract out of a response a UUID as a content thing. I think this should be okay, I'm not really sure. Tries to receive the payload. Yeah, nice. You won't just have to know. So either you've got a success and then it looks like this, or you've got that. But then it really makes more sense to do something like that. Looks like this. Wacht, hè. So we want response as API result, and then we'll give a lambda to. Yeah, nee, this is just it. That really does this. So I guess try to get it as null. That would be the implementation. Let's go here. So then it should look like that. Internal fun t of not any, but an HTTP response. You say as API result. But it should be able to be null then. Is that the issue? Not sure if you can do that then. Maybe we should do it like this then. Because now I'm really unsure. Because here, the place where we use that. Yeah. So here it can be null because the header might not be available. Okay, that's like a different scenario there. Huh? What is the HTTP response if you actually expect something or the API error? I don't think we can use that, in fact. Okay, never mind. We'll clean up this stuff. Cool. Oh yeah, voila. So, if this is available, then we can just return it. And then we've got a successful challenge ID. Nice. And then maybe now is in fact a good time to start creating this thing here. And it should be that. Challenge ID doesn't exist yet, that's fine. Let's go to our challenge controller and add a type called challenge ID, but we don't do that here because this thing is a REST API and challenge ID should be something from the core API. Yeah? Challenging. Okay, so that's like the response of having challenged someone. And we've got a challenge ID. Makes sense? And this should not be a string, but I don't want to change the way it works just yet. Or change the API just yet. I just want this type as an alias for UUID. Cool. Then what? Now we've got our challenge player step. And then we go back to our scenario. Voila. Where we've got 2 players that we want to challenge. And then this should return a result. I guess we can say expect success on this thing, and that's going to provide us with we call this expect success. That's stupid. Challenge ID. And then we need to, what do we need to do? the other player accepts the challenge, maybe? With the challenge ID. But before we do that, we want to exchange cookie with not scallops info, but RGM3's jot info. Do we not have that? We don't. Don't think this is this interesting, I guess. Can probably just inline that. And then move this here. And inline. And then we can log in as RGM and then in their place accept the challenge. Muhahaha. Don't know what we should do here, but maybe like expect success as well. This is something that we need to write. How do we think this should look like? Well, we already have just a challenge ID. Which is a challenge ID. And we already have the logged in person that's on the cookie. That's accepting the challenge. We could have included it in this step itself. So let's go accept, and then the ID should be in here. Something like that. You post something to it. I already forgot our convention for how we develop REST API, so that's like a super bad example. Let's do register player registration controller, maybe. Also not that great of an example. Maybe we just haven't thought about it yet. So register player is like the command itself, in fact, or just the info. No, it's the info that it contains. It's not the actual action or task, let's call it. So that could be a challenge request then when you do a challenge. Yeah, I think we need to do it like this. And then it doesn't even have a body. Don't know how you do that. Just like that, I guess. And then we can just not return anything. I feel like I need my UI to properly do this. We can already also just leave this out and then just do this and then figure out the bigger part next time. Let's do it like that, huh? And we don't need to do that. Okay. So then we can check, yeah, the player registered event. that makes sense, but do I want that? I think I really want to check if that challenge... Oh, it doesn't exist yet. Player challenged, never mind. I did get that. Player challenged. Now I am wondering if this is already used somewhere, maybe in the scenario tests. No, okay. Okay, that's good. So the player challenged. The first player challenged. And this should have an initiator, and it's not scallop in fact, but it could be fun information to have, but it should be this. And opponent is RGM. Then when we do leaderboard rehydration, I already forgot which kind of leaderboard we have here. Fuck. Well, they both should be on the leaderboard, I guess. Do you even rehydrate? Leaderboard policy. Okay, something called policy. Most challenges done policy. Okay, so I guess the leaderboard will be scallop with a 1. Rank, I also think it's a 1. Is it a number? It's an int, yeah. So we expect scallop after it got rehydrated. It should contain me, or like scallop as a first person, and then it should also expect rank null, I think, with score of 0, RGM3, because that's their nickname. And then what the fuck is this? Yeah, don't care. This is it. Well, actually, it should just be challenges another player and has their rank increased, score increased, which then also reflects in the rank. Okay, I think that is about it. Let's run it, because I think everything is compiling. I mean, it's gonna fail, that's for sure, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah? I feel like we could be setting this up someplace else, because this info we really just use, I know actually. Yeah, so maybe it would have been a better idea to actually call that challenge player. Okay, we need scallop player ID and RTM3. Also expect a success. I feel like I just wrote this somewhere. Jesus Christ. Did I not just write that somewhere? Guess not. But so first let's switch back to scallop, then do a challenge, and then we can verify this happened. And we are... Oof. That's a weird place to explode. Ooh. You can only... And at which time? Malay, it's a different person, no? Because we... Ooh, maybe... Exchange cookie probably doesn't override the cookie. Shit. So now we need to like wipe cookies or something. Clear cookies. Actually, can we see how that went? Maybe we'll need some in these register player step things. No, yeah, let's do this logger. It's a private. Yeah. Let's make this unprivate, and then we can access it here. I think it should be okay. It's just a class that we use locally here, right? Yeah, it's just purely for tests. Sick. Alright, exchanging cookie. 4. And then when we do this and we rerun it, then it would have been nice if we knew which person it was. I think this also might be a little bit too much logging. Or maybe I did a stupid mistake in this scenario. don't think I made a stupid mistake. Okay, let's see what's going on. Right, so this is the stack trace from the server that fails because we are trying to register with this the same Epic account apparently, but that should not be the case. Exchanging cookie for Monsieur RGM. Then this thing happens. We have a new cookie normally. And we post to the register thing, and then we're getting an error. External account ref, and this thing we set on the register player command. And we get that from the context. So here our to external account ref thing apparently already has an issuer and subject with the same thing. So I don't think the cookie is switched. So let's run this in debug to actually verify that I'm not lying and that's indeed here. Is there like chew? Oh fuck. I wonder. Normally there's like a... Oh yeah, this thing. This is what I wanted to see. Fuck, I've got too many, yeah. Maybe let's keep this because that's the way that those cookies things work. What's a registration scenario? Not interested in that, I think. I am interested in this registration controller endpoint. Or breakpoint, sorry. Doop-dee-doo. Oh fuck, we didn't even get into the... We already got into the timeout. Fuck. Let's run it again, huh? I think I clicked it, I'm not sure. Yeah, I sure did. Okay, after this debugging session has passed, I'm gonna get a new beer. Because it's so good. Yeah, so the reason that I already wrote the challenging controller is to verify that the rehydration stuff works. And I think that we already have in the leaderboard integration test somewhere. I think we do. So because we run it in debug, timeouts happen. Nice. Let's go to the client. and increase the timeout. Here we go. Times 4. And we've got 4 seconds. That should be enough. Don't give me that timeout stuff again, huh? You bastard. Yeah, whatever. Also whatever. Okay, so this is the first time I think we enter this one. And here it's okay if we have schlep, that's good. And then we just let it run. But this is impossible, huh? How come it timed out? I mean, we already went there, so... Don't want that one either. Let's get rid of it. Okay. Last time, promise. Then I'll go for beer. They do add cookie. An add cookie for accept all. Does what? Remove all, Mali? You would expect that it just changes then, huh? No? It's so strange. Okay, I really want to know what the debug thing says in this for the second time. I could have also just println that stuff, I thought it would be more interesting to debug it. So the first time we enter that breakpoint, we can just skip it because that's just Scallop registering themselves as a player. We should enter this a second time, and now it no longer should be Scallop, huh? It should be... Fuck me. Okay. Where is the test? So this is Spring Boot. Eh? I thought that there would have been also the, either the test somewhere in here, like all the way at the bottom. But I think that's running in a different thread somewhere. Which one of them? Client poller. The dispatcher we checked, I think. And then there's more NIO here. Yeah, I don't know. Just don't know. Let's just skip it. You know. Oh, there was a timeout, really? Alright, anyway, I will be right back fetching myself another... Yeah. Be right back, eh? Oh yeah. Live coding. Let's go back. Cheers. Cheers, cheers. All right. I really wonder why that is. So if you look at the code of accept all cookies storage, when you add a cookie, then it removes them all if the URL matches. And I think it should, in fact, maybe it's not in fact matching. And then it just adds it. Maybe there's a way to delete the cookies as well. That would be nice. This is an interface. No, just get and add. Okay. Okay. Clean up. We do only set a timeout of 6 seconds or something, I know, on the expiration date of the cookie in our session controller. No, it's 6,000 seconds, never mind. Yeah, it should overwrite it, I think. And it's in a suspend. Maybe in our challenging scenario where we exchange info twice. Because the sub is different, right? It's the ISS is the same, but who cares? Just to make sure that I'm not making really stupid mistakes, let's go to the register player step, really the register controller, in fact. Controller. Registration controller. Voila. And just log this one also. Println. Sub is trying to register. Okay, and just to run it, and then I guess what should happen is we should see schlep and then RGM and then schlep, no, not schlep again. We should just see schlep RGM somewhere in the is trying to register. So if we look for that in our logs, after it fails, of course. So my expectation is that it will be schlepped twice. Let's see, let us see. Exchanging cookie. Schlep is trying to register. Player registered. And then, here's Schlep is trying to register again. But there is no, here's the exchange cookie. Damn it. Yeah. What am I doing wrong? Is it because of the JSession ID thing or what? Like, I don't know why. Development mode is true. What other stuff can we do? Storage, meow. Yeah, none of this is related to cookie config, I guess. We could set default cookie doing like that, but don't want that. I want the response to come from my server, huh? Yeah, really, there's not much you can configure in here, huh? It's just storage and then a default block. Where you can add something on the cookie storage, I guess. Oh. I really don't understand why they are not overwritten, those cookies. That could also be the case if our session controller responds with... Oh, fuck, that's gonna be it. Okay, session controller. Yeah, I think this is the problem. That's quite annoying. So we are getting the JWT as a string from the security context. But we know that all of /API is protected. And if we go to our security config for scenario, I guess, all /API calls are authenticated. Huh? And the way that they are defended is with this cookie bear token resolver thing. And like I said earlier, this gives precedence to cookies. And only if it cannot find any cookie, it's going to try to look for the bearer in the authorization header. So we first register as, well, we do an exchange token for Schlep. They get a cookie on the client. And with that exact client, with that cookie on there already, they're trying to exchange a cookie for Monsieur RGM. But it gives precedence to the JWT on the cookie. So actually, if you do session with a cookie for Schlep, then you get that same cookie back, basically. Because it's also gonna work on the security context tutor. So we need to find a way to clear the storage somehow manually. Or create a new client. Choo. I guess if you do a logout, then maybe your browser or your endpoint can send a clear cookie. We should try that maybe. Can you do that? I'm just not that familiar with cookies. Unset cookie. PHP. I'm looking for remove cookie maybe, or for unset cookie. No. Delete cookie, is there a thing? Cookie. Nom nom. I know. So these are all of the headers. Yeah. Clear site data. What does this thing do? Oh. So I could do this, clear site data, cache and cookies in my logout URL or something, or endpoint. Well, yeah, well. And this is something you can send from the server, huh? How do you see that? With the requesting a website. Header type, response header. Yeah. Cool. Okay, let's try that. So in our session controller, we shall have API session and then logout. Let's also make that a get. Logout. And we shall do a response cookie from no, we don't want to build a cookie, we just want to set a header, respond with a header. So we want to return response entity accepted, and we want to set the header of this one, clear site data, clear I wonder if so according to the spec, this isn't response header. It doesn't look like it's new or experimental. Okay, so Safari doesn't support that for some reason. Now the thing is, I don't really know how this is associated. Wacht hè. You log in, the thing gets set, you're logged in, but it's not like we're verifying this against some kind of a cache or anything, at least that I know of. So this should be enough, in fact, but I wonder if our Ktor HTTP client can interpret this. I may really doubt it, in fact. HTTP cookies. Would have been cool, huh? I also sort of expected there to be the set cookie. Here. How does it bind to this set cookie header, in fact? Yeah, this is very smart also, just running that stuff. If cookies not empty. No, that's so how you add that cookie, but then how does it know to use save cookies from? What is this called? Intercept, and that's in the HTTP cookies companion, because that's how the feature, so that's how you intercept the pipeline. So I guess we could make our own cookies feature that understands our, what was it again? Clear site data header to then remove it. But the other thing we could do defaults for each executed. It's just an initializer. I was thinking about externalizing this cookie storage, but that's not something we can do, I think. The other thing would be to create a new client, but close. What does close do? Is there a way to reset or something? No. Make shared, what does that do? That's nothing from the client itself. Cha. Okay, so if we extract this into a function that creates a client, And we then inline this. It should not be private. Let's keep it internal. We inline this field. That means that everywhere where there's now client, it will say create client. And that's not necessarily something we want, because at some points we want to reuse the same client. So now we're going to fix that. And because otherwise we will have to keep on doing the session stuff. Let's first fix our registration scenario. This one. All right. So I think it's safe to assume that we'll do that within one test. So here we will. Oh shit. Let's get rid of that. And now we need to this thing is a HTTP client, so let's create or make these into extension functions, which we will then replace with this kind of stuff. It's the Ktor client. Yeah. And it's gonna be the same with this, huh? So this should be an HTTP client. Here we'll do the same. And really what we've done now is sort of built a wrapper around an HTTP client and gave it some functions to call. Now what I need to do is I need to do the same thing for here. So this should be this. It should be an HTTP client. We'll get rid of that, I think. And then a bunch of stuff will break, hopefully. Yeah. So I guess for all of these we can just say val client equals create client, and then just do this. Voila. And we have to do the same here. So we already have a client there. So yeah. And here we'll have to do the same. So first let's create a client, assign it to a value, and then make sure that this is prefixed. I mean, all of our previous functions would have been prefixed with that. I feel like there should have been a way, or there is probably a way to do that refactoring using actual refactoring tools instead of copy pasting stuff around all the time. But I couldn't be bothered, yeah? Couldn't be bothered. Let's wait. Why is this one complaining? Oh, yeah. And then the challenging scenario. All of this should now also be changed, but now at least we'll have two clients. One for scallop and maybe one for RGM, but I don't think we actually need one for RGM? Or do we? I guess if we want to have him accept the challenge at that point, we will. But for now, we'll need to assign it anyway, because this one we'll need to do anyway. Okay. And then we shouldn't do exchange cookie anymore because we will already be logged in. That is to say, if we already, yeah. Let's initialize it there maybe. Then we'll also know if we can have two clients. I think we can. I wonder what else we missed. Who do we want to trigger the rehydration for? It doesn't matter in fact. Oh shit, it's just a client. Yes. Okay, so this one does matter because here we're fetching the leaderboard from Schelp's perspective. Bonne journée, RGM. Salut. À la prochaine. So many emojis. Dang it. So after I yeah, voilà. Here we should, I guess, also do this. And here and here. And then this is incorrect, so we need an HTTP client for this stuff as well. It's that one, and then it should be doing the call on this. It just keeps on going. GG's. By the way, check out this Discord. Look at that. And my YouTube spam is also finally working. Such spam. Okay, here something should be wrong. Yeah, nice. So who do we want to, or which client do we want to use? I guess it's client, and we should change it to Schelp's client. Voila. Okay. Am I? He. Now that I think of it, I should have probably went with the at everyone mention in my Discord to pay people. Oh well, next time I'm learning, eh? Damn. So good. So good. Yum yum. Okay, let's see if this works in fact. So now we should be creating 2 clients, one for Schlep and one for RGM. And then both of these will have their own cookie storage. Yeah. So it shouldn't fail no more on register player step. And I think we can even do this. Let's run it. And I think, wait, what the fuck? Control Shift R? Yeah, I'm a noob, huh? Oh fuck. So I've been coding on a Windows machine recently, and now my shortcuts are gone. Is it Control Command R? Command Shift R? No. Control Option R. That's also not it. Fuck. Control Shift. Dude, that's what I've been doing. Okay. I guess I wasn't hitting the control well enough or something. Hey. Cheers. Have a good one, Air. See you later. And thanks for the cheers. It wouldn't be... It's normal that you get included. You support me, I support you. Spring break, I believe in you. Okay, I'm so curious. I guess it should work, eh? So it's either this or we create our own cookie feature for Ktor. Ambiguous mapping. Fuck me. So in the deployment of our session controller, of our session controller, it's just a get mapping, but yeah, it should be to /logout, I guess. Not that that does anything in fact, so let's just remove it. And then I guess rerun the test. Yeah. I feel like we're almost there though. It's a good thing that I already started from the... Hey, what the hell? That's weird that it lists this. Okay, well. That we already started from the scenario test, because that way we did find out that we in fact already had a challenge controller, which I sneakily already created. No! Explosions. Why? unrecognized token player. Registered player. In the client. So apparently, as a response to the API challenge call, we're expecting a player, or we are getting a registered player was successfully challenged. Ah, yeah, that's correct, because our challenging scenario, when we do this, we expect a challenge ID to come out of it, and instead we're getting a string. That's not correct. Okay, so I guess we'll change our challenge controller. Yeah. We do execute something here though. Challenge player. But that thing doesn't return anything? No, it's unit. Ah, that's why. I guess it should now return a challenge ID. Yeah. And now stuff should break because this handler. Yeah, voila. Voila. Challenge ID. Okay, this looks a bit weird. So when you execute the command challenge player, so you find, yeah, this should not be registered player, I guess, and then this should not also be just ID, should it? Other player ID, dude, what the hell? We should call this initiator and opponent just like we did elsewhere. And this looks quite strange, yeah? And this is the opponent. And then the result of this should be a new challenge. In fact, this just returns an event. Disagree. It could be correct. Well, actually, it is correct in fact, but we should first create a challenge and then turn player challenged. So that means if this should in fact be the ID, huh? There should be a challenge coming out of there. So that's not the case already. And then we can do challenge ID. And here we should do, what was it again? The player challenged event. And this takes a challenger ID. So that's registered player, I guess. So we should rename this to initiator as well. Yeah, I think it's okay. And then opponent ID, that we can only, I can already see a bug there. Nope, not initiator, but opponent. Did you see that if I used initiator here, it's still compiled? That's also something that I don't want to happen, and we can more easily disallow now because see, this is why I should do more live coding, because Kotlin has evolved already, and there is now a way to use, like, instead of aliases, you can use actual types for single classes in a really short way, short notation. But I already forget what it's called or how to use it, so yeah, quite bad. Okay, let's check what we've got here. So we're in the challenge player, actually all of the handlers on a registered player. That's also a bit weird. So maybe let's create a challenge class or something. And then once we have it, let's move it to not players but to challenge. Should have called it challenges. I'll rename that soon. Bit strange that it takes such a long time, but yeah, it's fine. Okay. So within register player, there's a challenge player handler, which should call a challenge on a registered player. And this challenge should return a challenge now instead of just this. An event. I want this to return a challenge now, and we can just change that because we were doing an equals there. So instead of returning a player challenged, let's return a new challenge, and this should just be like that. And let's return a new challenge with this ID and then the other player ID, which we call opponent, which is more specifically an opponent ID, in fact. And then this thing doesn't exist yet, so let's do add parameters. And we should make this into a data class, then it's the same. Let's keep these as private files, I think. No, we'll use regular files. And then really what I want is I want to create a new ID. So now that I'm thinking about that, what I really want to do is fire another command called challenge created or something, or create challenge command. So my event thing should look like this. Yeah, there's nothing around a challenge for now, so how do you know which challenge to accept? Was it like a total derp on my end, obviously? So when player challenged happens, then that should either say challenge accept or challenge created as an event, or it should launch its own command, which then ends up in a challenge created. Like that. And then finally that challenge can be accepted by doing that. So now it's the choice, do I create this or not? I'll need that thing as a concept somehow, because I'll need to be able to accept it. And it's also kind of weird that the direct result of a challenge player is not in fact player challenged, even though we need to throw that. It's gonna be challenge created. Very interesting, huh? So this is like a big question mark. How do I do that? My Jung. It shouldn't be on that, it should be here. Okay. Let's first try it out without a command. Because I don't think that you should be able to create a challenge outside of a player or challenging a player. So maybe let's just try it without this and just have this event be thrown as well. Then I don't really know how I'm going to do that, because our current infrastructure does not support returning multiple events in order even upon successful handling of a command. Something's wrong here. Why is that? Yeah, because it now should return a challenge ID. Yeah. I guess there also could be something that automatically creates a challenge when a player challenged event was thrown within that same bounded context. So instead of... don't like that I have to keep switching here. So we are staying within this bounded context, let's say. So we're not we're not crossing boundaries over to the leaderboard. We're just staying within here, but we want to react to an event being thrown, a domain event, by this domain, and then have this exact domain react on that thing again. Finally, some actual learning happening. Cool. Now we can try new stuff. What do we do here? Could also think What's the difference between player challenged and challenge created? Because they both sort of represent the same thing, but the one is more about the player that was challenged and it contains different information. Difficult. Okay, anyway, let's see how to solve it in the easiest way possible, and then we can think about the stuff later. Okay, so we want to return the result of this .challenge, so of registered player.challenge, which is a challenge now. That's this thing. Because that's the thing that we want to return, the challenge ID that got created, so that we can then use that to perform other things, like accepting that challenge by somebody else, for example. I have to sneeze. Excuse me, I thought I pressed the mute button. Clearly I did not. Ah, oh, good lord. And if I know myself, there are 2 more sneezes coming. So we want to execute the challenge player command on that thing, on the initiator. Just looks wonky. We should just inline that, and it makes no sense. Fuck it. I keep struggling, so it's gone. This makes a lot more sense. Initiator, challenge, opponent, voila. And there's a challenge coming out of there, and upon success, we also say player was challenged with these IDs. I do this, but I also could have done this. But the reason I want this is because if I do that, then at least I know for sure that I've got an existing player, and I don't have that when I just use cmd.opponent. So that's also led me to believe, well, maybe we should also do this. Because if they don't exist, then it's going to explode. And it's just a free functionality that we get, because when you do get by ID, I can show that. It's going to throw a not found exception if it doesn't exist. And the not found exception is one of our domain runtimes. And these automatically get translated into specific exception messages back to the REST API's client. So let's do this. Oh, really? I should do that, huh? Challenge an opponent. Yeah, the ID is sufficient, I think. Here, I definitely should use this as well. But we should create this challenge. Yeah, maybe we should do it like that. Yeah. Okay. Then let's do opponent.id. And this ID, bad idea. So this should be called the initiator ID. And then it should get its own ID. So there should be a not private, a val ID, which is a challenge ID. We finally get to use this thing. That thing. So let's move that from, hang on. Huh? So the challenge player is a command. We've got a challenger. Oh, we've got a challenger ID, and then that one we call initiator. So let's call it challenger, or we could have renamed it to initiator. I think challenger makes a lot more sense. Then this one should also become challenger ID, which will become a challenger ID in fact. And indeed, add initializer. When we knew this, I'm gonna rework it. We'll set the default to it, saying UUID.random UUID, and that way we can just pass along the challenger and opponent IDs as a it's no longer called that way, I guess. No, that's also not what I wanted to do. It should be ID, and then when you in this thing here, we should name it. So we should say challenger ID equals that, and opponent ID equals that, and now we've got a challenge that generates its own UUID. And I guess I left this one open. I mean, in the challenge ID. I wonder where this one gets called. Generate player ID in the handle here. Yeah. What happens if we here it's closer together, I guess. Because when you register a player, that handler is going to create a new ID in its handle and then create a new registered player with that. And then elsewhere, that's in the repository somewhere. Where is that? Here, to registered player. There they do this.id. So that's the only way to create a new registered player. Now, the thing I've done for creating new challenges, yeah, maybe it should be a more explicit here, saying generate challenge ID. But I want that to belong to the challenge class itself, so maybe we should just do this. New challenge, and then all of that will put in that constructor. So let's make a companion object. Don't give it a default. Then we'll say maybe not new challenge, but create challenge or something. That's cool. And then we can just return a challenge with all of that stuff. And this can be random. UUID.rand, that's the thing. Oh shit. Yeah. Remove the this. Should be challenger ID and opponent ID. And then we can remove all of the argument names, in fact. There we go. Okay, so we create a new challenge. This is going to get returned, and when we do the challenge player handler, we get a new challenge, and then here we should save it. We should make a challenge repository that we can say save this challenge. I'm not sure if we call it save, or how does it look like for the register player? Yeah, it is called save. I'm not even sure if we have a challenge table yet. Well, maybe we can make that. Feel like we can copy quite a lot so that I don't forget a bunch of stuff. So it's not players, it's challenges that we want. So variable challenges. We want to be a repository that's built for challenges. So when you get by ID on a, should have renamed it to challenge. So this is going to give us DAOs. Should be called couldn't find challenge with ID. And then this doesn't exist, so get rid of it. The save of our aggregate should be, what's that? Variable challenge should have an ID, and then I guess an opponent, and then also, oops, a challenger ID. Get all, don't know if I'm ever going to use that. Don't want this. And then I guess what we want to do is yeah, this thing dot save, and just like here we need to implement these by storing them into the challenges, and then this should become a challenge with, and then here our queryable challenge, that's going to be our database record. It's gonna have an ID, a challenger ID, and a opponent ID. Not sure if we'll ever use this. Don't think I want that. So this should be to challenge. Okay, and then we need this thing here as a database representation. So if we go to queryable player, so this is the interface that we want. mightily confused. Ah yeah, that wasn't registration. Yeah. So we want. Oh, Jesus Christ! Nearly killed my glass. Oh my god. What am I doing? Creating a new class called Queryable Challenges. I think it should be an interface, right? Or it should contain two things, the interface and then a data class. So this is the representation of data class queryable. Which should have an ID and then two more IDs. Wonder what the problem is here. Is it because it doesn't have any things? So in any case, that queryable challenges thing should be this one. So it should get this thing here injected, huh? And queryable challenges is gonna stay in the core API. Oh, it's a Java class. Okay, then that explains a lot. Voila. Oi. It thought it was Java. And we know that queryable challenges should have a get by ID function that takes in a challenge ID. And it should return a queryable challenge, this data class here. It should be function. And this really should have the same not as that one, but as the regular challenge. Where are you at? Voila. Why? Oh. Where is the challenge thing? No, it should be in the repository. Ah, actually, that's incorrect. No, it's correct. It should be a queryable challenge, yeah. And then this one we can... So it should also have a store function, which should be abstract. And return an any. Seems a bit weird, but don't think that should be okay. What does it want? It's an override. It should be unit apparently, yeah. There's no return type. So that means that this should also return a unit, so nothing. And now this, there's no implementation of queryable challenges, and this we need to implement in, here there's an issue because it's always returning something and we wanted to possibly return a queryable challenge. Voila, that's better. And now we need to implement it in our DBMS adapter. Let's make a core.challenges.challengesDAO. And this can be an interface, and this thing implements the queryable challenges thing. So now we should implement the fuck. Yeah, this is quite annoying. So since JDBI works with how do you say that? Just interfaces. You can extend in another interface just like we did here, but then you need to override all of the functions. You cannot choose to implement them. So we need to override get by ID, and instead of having how do you say that, having an actual implementation for this, which I don't think we have in a player's DAO. Oh, like the implementation is using these annotations. We should have the same, so not queryable player, but let's make a queryable challenge. So we've got a get by ID, which should do a query where we do select ID, challenger ID, and then opponent ID from challenges, where ID equals the ID that we pass along. We've got the challenge ID thing there, and then UUIDs automatically get translated into strings, I think. And now we just need another way to override the store function, which can also be just a thing, and I think we do SQL update for that. And there, yeah, I have to cheat. Here's the store. So we also want to insert into challenges, and we want to enter an ID, an opponent ID, and a challenger ID. Yeah. And then these colon things should match whatever's in here. So we've got ID, challenger ID, opponent ID. And I think we can even click through on this. Nee, then I don't know for sure. So now we should have everything good to go to, or well, actually we have an implementation already, but we don't have a challenges table just yet. That's what IntelliJ is gonna complain about now. And I think we put that in here. So let's create as number 3, create challenges table. And we want to create a table called challenges. It will have an ID which is a UUID, and then it will have 2 other UUIDs, one of which is the challenger ID and the other one is the opponent ID, which is also be not null. Voila, now we've got a challenge, that's it. And we can expand that if necessary or when necessary. The thing is though, these do not get automatically executed by Flyway, so I'll have to execute this manually for now, I think, in the, not the events database, but here in the projections database. So let's set up a connection. Let's do this. And our challenges table is created. Booyah! Then what? We close this. And then I guess the introspection should discover that there is now indeed a challenges table that you can try like this. Yeah, I think we still have to manually say that it's a bean or something. Yeah. So our challenges DAO is of a type challenges DAO, and then there's again type reification, making sure that the requested type by the function's type declaration or return type declaration is in fact the thing that gets returned on this on-demand call. And then voila, the squiggly lines go away. I think we've implemented enough for now. So if we go back to our challenge player handler, we get both players, the initiator and the opponent. So this is called a challenger now. Here, same. Then we say, this does not get injected yet, so I'll have to do that. Challenge repository. There we go. And that thing gets saved. It doesn't return anything because it's a unit. However, when we say to the challenger, challenge an opponent, it will create a new challenge, save it, and then we can already use that ID because this thing makes sure that we have an ID there. And then just throw the player challenged event. And now you could reason maybe we shouldn't do player challenged but challenge created or something, but in fact this is the same. Both of these things should remain there. Maybe what we can do, however, is also add the challenge ID to this player challenged event. let's do that. Even though that challenge contains both of these values. We don't want to be inconsistent, but this is really what happened. So maybe what we should try to do is create a player challenged event from a just recently created challenge. Because really this is the challenge in itself. I'm just trying to figure out why I would need it. Because we could just retrieve a challenge based on both IDs. But you can have multiple challenges between two people, I guess, or two players. How would you make then the distinction between that one? Unless you can only have one single challenge going on at the same time. Doesn't really make sense, I think. Maybe that's because a challenge now is like a thing that lives until the other player either has refused or accepted the challenge. That's probably why. And we wanted to make the distinction between who is doing the challenges in our fictitious leaderboard example, I mean. Okay, anyway, so we've got a challenge ID now that gets returned when we handle or basically execute the challenge player command. So when we go back to our controller in the, or was that the player controller? Do we have a challenge? No. There's a challenge controller maybe, yeah. Okay, so this now is returned a challenge ID. And we can use this to return in the response entity. So we could say okay with a body of challenge created, for example. See, now it would be really interesting to go back to when I created this to maybe check how I reasoned about this code at that point in time. So maybe I'm just gonna check when I wrote this stuff. So back in February I wrote it on the 28th. So maybe just look for a live stream around that time and see what I was thinking back then. Yeah. Here we are doing that, checking if the opponent exists. We've still got that initiator name here. Aye. Now I changed the name, but we don't yet do that in Elm, I don't think. Because we don't have a challenge button or whatever. So here I just changed the contract without really. Maybe if just looking for it. Okay, let's also change it there. Okay. Okay, so I need to return this created challenge ID thing. It's weird that you get a created, I think. It's just weird. But let's do it anyway. Where is the register player controller, registration controller? Because that thing also creates, voila. I feel like I need to extract this into like a helper thing, because this and this is the thing that's different, huh? I also forgot why I wanted to use build and expand instead of doing string interpolation like this. Don't know. But in any case, can I? So ideally what I want to do is something like this. Say response entity dot created, and then not with the location, but just with a string. Something that maybe a string and an ID. So what was it again? Slash API slash player slash, yeah, okay, so not player, but then challenge slash ID, and then the actual ID, so that's created challenge ID, and then maybe do the build or whatever, I don't know. But this doesn't exist, this created. So how do I make that into an extension function? Can I do that? Because it would be a static function on a Java class. Huh? This is a Java class. So I don't think I can do that, but let's try it anyway. So it would be on the companion object, which it doesn't have, I don't think. And we'll have a URL, which is a string, and then an ID, which is a string, I don't know. And I was gonna complain. Okay. It shouldn't be a string as an actual result. It should be any. Okay, let's do any instead then. Yeah, so you cannot access the companion object because it's not a thing. And if you do this, then you're working on an instance of a response entity, and we don't have that here. So this should just not compile, in fact. Okay. We could create like a function that does that, in fact. That's one thing we could do. Or we say return location, return location response with these things. And we would do this. Oh, you use a builder, and builder is something that gets injected. Yep, Okay, then I'm not gonna bother. Cool. Challenge. And we want to use a create a challenge ID. Then we've got the location URI, and we'll say created using builder or something. Oh, no, you need to do build and expand to URI, just use the location URI. And this we no longer need to do, because we're already returning or broadcasting a player challenged event. That means we have no need for that thing anymore. And then do we have a unit test? That's what I was wondering. Oh, we don't. God damn it, where did I use that thing then? I really wonder. Don't know. I just don't know. This is silly. I don't need to be here. Okay, so we've got our challenge post endpoint. It takes in the challenge that returns a URI where you can find the challenge that was just created. But the way that this thing works is it fetches the challenging player and the opponent, then calls challenge on that challenger with the opponent, which returns a new challenge which gets saved in the repository, and then because it gets saved, yeah, this really is like a thing that just should happen. But then we return a challenge ID and we throw a player challenged event, which we should be able to retrieve. And we were saying, but it can have any kind of ID or something. Yeah, maybe we'll see when we need it. We'll change this when we need that information, is what I was trying to say. All right, then if we go back to our scenario of challenging someone, when we do challenge player step, now there is in fact a challenge ID being returned, and it's not yet extracted like we do with the create or register player. So there should be register player something. Yeah. Step. Registration steps. Yeah, exchange cookie we need to move someplace else. Oh yeah, so this is how we extract the header. this doesn't exist, of course, because this is a string, I think. So instead, what do we have here? It's really too bad that this is not a location header type, because then we could just say to challenge ID or something. Yeah. Okay, I want this to read. We should be able to move that there. Huh? Actually, we can't. We need this function to be applied. So it should look like this somehow, or because maybe this is not a great place to do refactoring, but this one has do something ID. Where did I copy that from? Player ID. This thing lives in core API extensions. What? Where is that used? So just in register player step. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Like, this really should not be here, I think. And it's not internal. So that's like a mistake I easily make. If you make extension functions, try to always at least make them internal, because then you can know when they're inappropriately being called. So now I should just move this to the registration steps thing. Yeah, it's just gonna go. Here we are in the registration steps. Let's make it internal. And now you can sort of cheat, because since player ID is a type alias for a UUID, you could also just make a to challenge ID, which is exactly the same, but you're saying I want a challenge ID and I also want the same implementation. So yeah, not really cool, eh? So yeah, and I really want a specific type, but we will always make it from a UUID probably. So we'll move through UUID on a string to then create a specific type, but the specific type creation you cannot do generically, I don't think. It would mean using reflection somehow. Well, yeah, so we've got the to challenge ID thing now. This we could use in the challenging steps. No. So now we've got some duplication there, some imports that we don't need. I could of course first make this into 2 UUID or something and then do the translation elsewhere, but that's for later. It's your problem. Okay. So now we can rerun our test. We've added so much stuff, in fact, like a database table, new aggregate, maybe even a new controller. No, the controller was already there. A repository, a DAO implementation for that. And we're not really testing the DAO's get now. I wonder, did we? Oh, we do have some tests there. Just for most challenges done. And the most worrying thing of all is this. You don't have a test in core domain. That's the thing I find mind-boggling. Here we do have some, but in our core API or core, nothing. Scary. You could say, yeah, but it's all tested via our scenario tests, but I don't really have a lot of trust in those unless I run it with coverage. At least then I've got some overview. Let's run the scenario test, shall we? So this one. So if something's wrong now, I don't get the fastest feedback that I wanted, I guess. That's like another negative downside. A negative downside. Great. Tired. Already an hour over time. But I wanted to finish this because then if we finish this, we can move another ticket. Oh no, we should have a UI. Okay, that's fair. But we would have a scenario test. This we already have. And then this doesn't need a command or event to select. But this we should create. And yeah, the scenario test. Actually, we also shouldn't do a fucking hell. Because that more belongs to this thing here, in fact. And this endpoint is already there. There's a command and event already. And I think we should be able to do that. Oi. This is why you create integration tests on your DAOs. And I guess maybe what we should do as well when creating a challenge is verifying that when you create one, the challenger and the opponent should be different. Otherwise, you would be challenging yourself. That might be a good validation test there. Missing named parameter ID. How so? It's right here. I remember having like the exact same thing before. Challenge. No. It challenges DAO or something. This one. ID, challenger ID, opponent ID has an ID. I guess let's go to this thing. Oh, fucking hell. I guess we also need to bind, just like that. Okay, so we say add bind Kotlin on an object. And here we need to say bind with ID. Okay. Okay, that should make it work, but then maybe, yeah, let's run it. And then we'll go to challenge itself. And yeah, when this happens and challenger ID and opponent ID are the same, we should throw an error. So let's write a unit test for that at least. So if we do challenge dot create, and we say just a UUID dot random, so this would be challenger ID, yeah? And then we just say challenger ID again. It should explode, so we can say assert that exception of type, and now we need thrown by, and this in a lambda. Sure. And now we need like a new exception, I think, because it's domain runtime exception, but I don't remember if we have like a not found exception. I guess we can have a not valid. you always are going to have a string, I think. Runtime with a message. I wonder why it... Oh. Oh my god, this is so... All of this stuff looks so weird. Why is that? Okay, there we go. Okay, now why has this failed? Expected at least one element. Broadcasted player challenged. UK. Well, why wasn't there one event? So either those player... No, these are like actual events, no? Those are not broadcast events, are they? Maybe that's a problem. Wacht. So if we go back to our domain and we say on a registered player, challenge player challenged this thing is a domain event, not a player challenged event that we're looking for. So now we need to capture this thing in the broadcast listener or something. Was that here? Whew, okay, so there's more happening. First, there's a broadcast event. Player challenged for leaderboard. We've got again initiator here. Let's call it a challenger. And then there's a skip called. We're looking for, I think, broadcast events. Yeah. We don't do anything on the... This is it, huh? So the else null, that might not be a great idea because now we can't be exhaustive. So, not else. Isn't there like another one? Huh? This one? No? It's weird that the autocomplete doesn't work. First it's challenger, then it's opponent. Okay, and then I guess else null again. It's a bit weird, huh? Okay, but we were also in that challenge class. Can you visit my portfolio? What does that mean? So this should throw an exception. What do you hope to learn? Are you looking for feedback? Can you be more specific? What kind of feedback do you hope to get? Hey, why is this taking so long now? With building stuff? Okay, let's see. So we've got go to raise a throwable and it's not throwing anything. That's great. Maybe what we should also do is say with message a string saying you cannot challenge yourself. Oh, voila. Let's make that into a valid exception. So we'll just do this. If challenger ID equals opponent ID, then we will throw a not valid exception. Hello. Hey, thanks for following. I'll check out your profile just in a second. If I rerun my test, that should be it. And we should be in green. Then we can refactor that. And we should say validate not challenging yourself. Voila. And then we just return. Cool, 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 cool. Then we should rerun because we've done a refactor. Now you can actually still create a class like that. So maybe I want to make this into a private constructor or something. And then have another one to recreate it from the database. Otherwise, you can just skip this. I guess what I could also do is move that to an init function. Init. Then that doesn't really need to be in here, I think. I wonder what's causing it to run so slowly. It's still compiling, so let's move it here. Alright, and then we can run our scenario again, supposedly. Let's do it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so you've got a typo. It says chess enthusiast, but it should be enthusiast for sure. I'm not really that big of a fan of, how do you say, like animated text. But I guess that it shows what you can do in UIs. And since you want to advertise yourself as a web developer, that seems like a good idea. And then there's another typo you said. I have interest, it's interest, in solving algorithmic puzzles and exploring new ideas and avenues. And then the projects and work experience, those when you hover, they lift out of their boxes, so to speak, but it's not very clear. Like I wouldn't feels too gimmicky, because it's also annoying, in fact. because if you go to click on read more or go to project, for example, the moment you try to hit it, it moves up. So I would really get rid of the hover animation there. All right. Other than that, it's I like its simplicity. Maybe also add some go back home links, so that I don't have to manually scroll up. Maybe that's like a typical thing. And then maybe the hello, I would be glad to get in touch with you thing is not really, how do you say, it doesn't suit the rest of the web page. And as I'm looking at it now, I suddenly get the impression that you're not that great of a web developer. Which, I mean, it's fine, everybody needs to grow. But it gives less good of an impression than it did before. So, I don't know, maybe I think that that's the main thing you need to fix, your contact part, because the connect thing is like completely indented for no reason. The color scheme there, like the green email, phone number, address stuff, is really odd. Yeah, keep it a little bit easier there. All right, I hope you can do something with that feedback. I'm not, like, how do you say, I'm not an expert at all, but it's just my honest opinion, and I hope you can do something with that. In the meanwhile, I've ran my scenario test and it's working. It's working. Can you believe it? Hey, no worries. Respect the grind. Respect the hustle. That also means that our leaderboard thing is now correctly processing player challenge events, in fact. We just implemented a bunch of stuff, in fact, already for leaderboards. Wait, actually, that means we also fixed this. Ah, nee. Yeah, so, okay. What we sort of did now was we made sure that whenever some effect happens, but starting on the controller side, it has an effect on the leaderboard, because it gets updated now whenever you challenge someone. Oh, that's nice. Okay, can we cross something out here? Yeah, no, so a UI form we still need to do. Here, a registered player can challenge. This is definitely fixed in a scenario. We just need a UI for that. I guess I'm pulling that one in because it's also work in progress. This is something that needs much more stuff to check. And then here, yeah, we just need a UI form, in fact. So maybe I'll just put that. Oh wait, I will add both. Voila. And then delete this one. And then add that in here somewhere. That's funny, yeah. Voila. So now we just need the UI, and that we will do next week, I think. Yes, next week, because I'm tired. But we did quite a lot this session. Now let's do a commit and then go over all of the things we changed in the one commit. This is crazy. Okay, some renames where we renamed initiator into challenger. By doing that, we in fact also changed the API of the event. So we broke a contract there, but yeah, I don't care because we're not in production or have a database of those things anywhere. We added the challenges DAO that is able to save and restore a challenge from the database. We're using JDBI there. Again, forgot the add bind stuff. We have to register that thing as a bean so that it just gets injected. Here's the create table statement that doesn't get automatically executed via flyway because I'm lazy like that. Then what? Ah yeah, then we changed the way that challenge player works or is implemented. We first made sure that when you execute a challenge player command that you get a create a challenge ID in return so that you can then use that in your location header. We changed the challenge thing player JSON here into a challenge request where we've got a challenger and an opponent. So that's the controller side of it. Oh, here we are printing this. I don't want that anymore. Then we made the sub thing open so that we could log it, I guess. Got rid of the this, also used the sub for the name stuff. Added a new challenge aggregate that has some validation going on. Hooray. Some cleanup here. We also added a repository to get and store challenges. We're not using this get yet. I guess it's just interesting to have, or we need to implement it because it implements the repository for a challenge. And I think that's why, yeah. Also using challenger and opponent ID there. Then what? Then we added a challenge. Well, no, we renamed some stuff. On a registered player, you can now call challenge. That takes in another registered player as an opponent. And when that happens, we're creating a challenge between those two people using this.id. So that's himself or themselves, and then their opponent that you pass along. And that gets called when you handle the challenge player command, which we said that now returns a challenge ID. We do both a check that both the challenger and the opponent are in fact players, otherwise it's gonna explode. So there's no test for that. In fact, that's quite too bad, but yeah. And we have no tests for unhappy path now. And I don't think we have that for other handlers either. Okay, then what? We create a challenge, we save it, and then we're throwing a player challenged event containing both the IDs. I guess because we don't really need the next one. Oof. Gordon's Tokyo Girl, thank you for following. Welcome. You've just joined at the roundup part of the stream where I show everything that we did tonight. Here we also renamed ID to challenger and opponent. Again, saying that command is returning a challenge ID on success. Some renames again. Added a new alias for challenge ID. And then what? This is the interface that gets implemented by the DAO and that we use in the repository. We also added a not valid exception because this is the first time we've got like an actual domain validation thing going on. We removed the toPlayerID extension function from core and moved it into the ScenarioTests thing. And then we finally mapped our domain event player challenged to a broadcast event player challenge for leaderboard, which will then in turn be transformed into a player challenged event in the event sourced table or store. Just a rename again, MostChallengesDone algorithm. Yeah, so that's the thing, the policy that creates a new leaderboard based on how many challenges you've done. The more challenges you do, the more points you score and the higher up in the ranking you become. It's a bit of a dummy implementation, but it proved handy for what we were trying to do now. Some renames. The test for the not valid exception. And then a new scenario where we had to deal with having two clients, one for Scallop and one for RGM. because we couldn't overwrite cookies automatically. Well, no, we can. But when we try to exchange the cookie, then our backend gives precedence on the value or the JWT in the cookie and will return the same JWT as a cookie, which was a bit silly. But yeah, that went quite fast as well. So this is that refactoring where we before could just do anything in these steps. Let's just call all of those steps, and now we had to prefix all of these things with client, because it's a specific client that executes this, and the client is then bound to a person. Actually, I guess what we could do here is, instead of doing exchange cookie in this run blocking thing, we could have a create client that has an optional JWT info that then automatically does this already, then and returns a client, then does this exchange thing, and then you already have a client for a specific person, which is really what we want to express anyway when doing this, because now it seems like you can just call exchange cookie again and it'll work, but it won't in fact work. It might be a last thing that we do. We fucked with the timeout. This I don't know. That's just a new line that's gone. Challenging a player as a step so that we can reproduce or reuse that. What's this? Oh yeah, again prefixing all of those steps with an HTTP client. And then here those functions got moved to. We can clean up here. Same deal, moved or use these as extension functions now instead of directly using a client. And that's the last thing we did there. Okay, nice. Okay, so this is not a small refactor. This is in fact like a complete new feature. What did we do? Scenario test for challenging, oh actually, and implementation for challenging another player. That's it. And I already forgot what I just said that we were going to change. Ah yeah, so if we go to the client thing, so this, we should probably make a client that accepts a JWT info. So let's try that. The scallops JWT info. Let's try to overload. So this thing should do create client. Get assigned a client. Then it should do create client exchange cookie with this info. And then we should just return create client. And then I guess this should be a suspend function. Now I don't know if we can just call that. Yeah, no, we can't. Okay, then I guess we should do this run blocking. Okay, and this function we should just move to wherever that this is. And probably just replace it in fact, or not. I guess you can also create a client with an anonymous. So nobody logged in, that should be a feature as well. Okay, so let's move that here. make it internal. Call this just JWT-info. And then this should be optional. And then only do this when JWT-info is not null. So let's do JWT-info. What's that, let or apply? Yeah, unit. Apply this crap. Yeah, so we need to define it outside. Nee. So apply takes it doesn't take an argument. Wait, is it apply? Is it run then or something? Come on. No. Then I guess it should be let, but I don't want to necessarily map. I'm really stupid. It should be apply, but I should use this instead of this thing. So only do exchange cookie when you have a JWT-info. That's it. Now I wonder, because I can make this null by default, and then maybe rename this because it's gonna be a local. Oh, I can make it private probably. And then everything else should still work. I think because we are exposing this one. Let's see if I'm telling the truth. So even though you've got a create client that we made private, this will now map to the one with the default of null. Yeah, nice. Okay, but we don't want that here because we want this one. Cool. And then, yeah, we don't need to do the exchange cookie now anymore. This is quite important that we no longer need to do that. Oh, this is so much more elegant. So where we had that exchange cookie, this, yeah, we should probably move to wherever we were before. Let's maybe move this base URL up, like all the way up. And this one will make private. All right. Now I think I might have broken some stuff because I moved that exchange cookie thing. So this is not affected by it because it just uses a client already. Yeah, actually, it's... the problem is HTTP client can be something with or without a cookie set. But I guess it's okay, because if we don't have a cookie, then we can or verify that when you have no cookie set, you shouldn't be able to register, for example. Well, we don't have any of those tests now. However, if we then go to, if we go to the registration scenario, voila, this should no longer be possible. Instead, what we should do is we should create a client based on this. So go like that. Don't know why we say leaderboard overflow. What the verbanelings? Temporary? What? We still need to register anyway. Huh? This can go. I don't know why it's called that. It should be core dusk. Eh? Okay. Is there another place where it broke? Yeah, here. We'll just do this info, get rid of that statement, and be good. Nice. Let's run it and then commit, push, and go to bed. All right. I think I will also turn off the logging probably. So let's not do this until we really need it, because I mean, this should also probably be false because I'm not interested in all of that information about cookies. Okay, and then we just commit. What did we do is we refactored a bit and we made sure creating a client either takes a JWT info, so you no longer need to, well, can take, remember to call exchange cookie, voila, that's it. Push it. All right. Voila. Thank you for hanging out and condoning my live coding online. We finished this one. Hooray! Because now a user can actually register, and then next week will be all in the light of coding some stuff in Elm, so we can fetch a player to challenge and then get dropped into a form to challenge a selected player. And I think I started loading that, but I'll show that next week because I've got some mock-ups for that. Okie dokie. In the meanwhile, I will see you. I wish you all a nice day or night, and yeah, see you next week, hopefully. Deuces.